Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the very exciting Salati Game Reserve and the wild dog capture that's about to happen. You can hear the chopper coming in, everybody. That's Brent. He's in the chopper with Jerry. So we've been waiting for them to arrive. Amazing to see how Jerry works that chopper in the air. It's incredible. So anyway, right now Jerry's just busy inspecting the funnel that we told you about yesterday. He wants to line it all up, get that picture in his mind as to where he's going to move the dogs towards that funnel. I do believe that they're going to touch down. Brent's going to jump out. He'll probably come and say hello to everybody. But good morning. Very, very excited to have you all with us. I've literally got goosebumps. I cannot wait for all of this to happen. So just to recap for those of you that may have joined us this morning who don't know what's happening here today, there's a pack of 21 wild dogs that have been resident on the Salati Game Reserve, a very successful pack. And basically what we're doing today is we are relocating this pack to a different reserve. So currently there's, I think, 13 wild dogs that are just over this hill behind us here, so not too far away. And the plan is to then move those 13 wild dogs with the chopper, basically chase them with the chopper towards the funnel that we've prepared here, this boma that we've prepared. So cool watching this little bush chopper land here. Alrighty, there we go. So safely on the ground, that's good news. Pretty sure we're going to see Brent in the next minute or two. But yeah, just going back to that recap, everybody. So the alpha female is with her puppies at the moment. She's separated from the rest of the pack. The rest of the pack are held in a boma right now. And the alpha female and the pups are what we're after this morning. So just doing final prep on the boma, on the funnel. An amazing team of people around me here that are doing all the hard work. And as soon as all of that is checked, everything's ready, then Jerry's going to go back up in the chopper and head towards the alpha female who does have a collar. And that's how we keep track of her. And then hopefully, fingers crossed, all goes to plan. We'll then start pushing those dogs, the alpha female and the pups, in this direction. So the plan is to come over this ridge. You might be able to see the ridge behind me here, and basically circle the dogs around the ridge, and they'll come down a road which leads straight into the funnel that's been created behind us here. And you might see Matt just over there. He's standing in front of a trailer. That trailer is the end goal. That's where we want these 13 wild dogs to end up. So that funnel comes to a point at the back of that trailer, and so all of the dogs will then be forced into the trailer and close them in there, and then safely transport them to the next reserve, which isn't very far from here. It's only about a 45-minute drive to get back to the next area where we will be taking these wild dogs. Here comes the man himself. Morning, sir.
Morning.
How are we?
Very good.
How was your...
My extra half an hour of sleep that you didn't get.
Yes, thank you very much. Thanks for letting me know about that half an hour. Matty is just next to the trailer right now.
I need Matt for a second.
Okay, no problem. Morning, Ali.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How was your chopper flip?
Lovely.
Fantastic. Very good.
No, GoPro, and please can you balance this one?
Morning, Brian.
Morning, how's it, guys?
How are you, sir?
Oh, thanks, hi, Ali. You have a good night?
It did.
Yeah. I can't believe I was just hearing when you arrived, and I mean, you just were thrown in the deep end.
That's exciting stuff.
I've used it on here before, it's just gone off.
No, we really appreciate everything that you've done. I was just hearing a little bit about that. A lot of this wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for people like you.
Ready to rock and roll? Let's maybe pull up my phone, see if anybody's chatting to us right now.
I did. Not so bad. How about you guys?
Yeah, no, we were good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going well. We just got dogs have moved a little bit further in, but they're still in the mine, so yeah, it's all good.
Morning. Where's my mic?
Morning.
Oh, there we go. Hello, everyone. How's everyone this morning?
Oh wow, lots of people are on. That's exciting.
Yeah.
Hello Carol, hello Barbara, hello Mary, hello Connie, hello Di. Morning everybody.
I'll be back in a second.
No problem. Morning Wendy, morning Velma. Man, this is exciting, and it's so awesome to see all of you that are joining with us this morning. Morning Shannon, morning Carol, morning Barbara, good morning Marcy. Yes indeed, Mom and 12 puppies.
I'll be back with you in a second. I'll just
No
run
problem.
around a little bit.
Do you,
quickly.
Brent, just quickly, do you know the location of them right now? So they have moved, eh?
A little bit. They're just a little bit closer towards Gravelite Town on the other side of this ridge.
Okay,
So the plan is to chase them around the ridge and then chop.
okay, perfect. Yeah, so as I was saying, everybody, we just wanted to give you a quick update as to what's happening this morning. We're not finished with putting up the boma yet in the funnel. That still needs to be completed. And then once that's all ready, then Jerry will be heading back out in the chopper to go and start moving the dogs in our direction. Good morning, Stephanie. Good to have you with us. I see Shanann's just asked the question, will all the dogs be kept together when they are moved? No, it sounds like dogs are going to be moved in different directions, to be honest. So the entire pack will not remain together. But yeah, we were chatting to Grant about it yesterday. There's different systems where Grant wants to move the wild dogs. So we'll actually chat to him later this morning and we'll get a better idea of where the separate dogs are going. But obviously pups will remain with Mom. They'll stay with the alpha female. Those puppies are only about 6 months old now, so they'll probably stay with her. And she'll probably stay with the alpha male, but we'll see what happens. And like I say, we'll chat to Grant about that when he gets here. Connie, it's my pleasure. That's why we're here. And so happy to have you with us. And very, very excited about this. This is obviously a first for me, a first for most of us here at Painted Dog TV. This is a very unique way of capturing wild dogs. It's something that's been used so many times for general game capture, but for predators it's not something you often use. But chatting to Grant yesterday, you know, because of the age of the pups and how small they are, and because of the situation we're in, that's why we've resorted to the final resort, which is using a funnel trap boma to force them into this trailer. And it's something I've never seen before, so I'm very, very excited. Fingers crossed, all goes to plan today. Weather's certainly perfect. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous morning. It's going to be quite a hot day, so I believe it's going to get up to 33 degrees Celsius today. So we'll obviously want to get this done as soon as possible as well. You know, heat being an added factor. We'd rather get it done early, which is why we're out here so early this morning. And yeah, just had a quick chat with Brent there. Apparently the dogs are still close by, the alpha female and the pups. So far, touch wood, everything's going to plan. It's funny, it's like the calm before the storm. Everything's quiet now. Can't even hear the teams working on the boma. Huge anticipation from everybody, of course. Big nerves, I'm sure.
Maddie, joining.
You have to have.
Matt and Brent are just busy sorting out all their tech. They want to get everything ready for when Brent goes up in the chopper to make sure that we can try stream that to all of you. It'd be pretty awesome to see those pictures from the air.
What will it be in?
It would be in a little black.
Very still morning. Just listening to the morning chorus of the birds. Beautiful black-headed oriole calling in the background. Michael didn't recognize me. Yeah, listen. I got forced into this decision, by the way, to remove the facial hair. A bunch of the guys here in Rietspruit are trying to raise awareness for cancer, and so we're partaking in Movember. So I'm actually cheating today, to be honest. I should be even more clean and just leaving the moustache behind. And yeah, we'll compare moustaches at the end of the month. So stay tuned, it's going to get worse. You may not want me coming anywhere near your children. But yeah, it feels very weird, Michael, I can assure you. I feel like a little boy all over again. Stephanie's asked a really good question. Has the alpha female been able to hunt and feed the pups since the rest of the pack were captured? No, she hasn't been hunting, I don't think. As far as I know, they've been fed, however. So the team here have obviously been staying, you know, on tabs with the alpha female and the pups, and have actually fed them. So they've taken them impala, but not recently. So right now they're actually quite hungry, and that's apparently going to work in our favour with the capture and the movement today. It means that if we do have to use an impala to lure them in, they would probably go for it because of how hungry they are. They can obviously go a lot longer, you know, without food. We would never let it get to a dangerous situation, but they are hungry, so they will get fed today at some stage. Hopefully it'll be once we're in the boma on the new reserve when they get their meal. But like I say, we might be able to use that as a tactic today, and that's why they haven't been fed in the last 48 hours.
There you go. Found it. Sorry. Very brightly coloured. Yeah.
What are you guys playing with? New earphones?
Yeah, earphones for the other. I'm gonna try and get comms out of the chopper at the same time.
Okay.
Okay. Matt, I gotta go.
Can't block the gimbal. He wraps it around.
No.
So it sounds like Brent's about to head off, everybody, back into the chopper. So,
Thanks.
well, there goes Brent, trotting away. So I think, not entirely sure what their plan is right now, maybe just a recce to go and touch base with the pack, with the alpha female and the pups. But yeah, we're obviously going to keep you posted as to what happens next.
They've gone close on 10 k's to them. I think they're heading for that open out. You want it from the camera? No, I'm too emotional.
Brian, I'm overhearing you saying something about movements. What was that?
No, they've moved from the mine. They in the northern part of the reserve.
On the reserve.
Yeah, but they might be going out. Look here.
That's incredible.
There they are. It only pinged in now. So that's the mine there. This is the northern boundary.
Yes.
They were down here.
Yes, I remember you showing me that yesterday.
So I mean, we're here now. They were the blue dotches, and they were here. They moved to that side, and then we thought, oh well, that's fine. They won't get out there. But literally in the last hour, they just ducked.
And how far? 10 k's.
Yeah, 10 k's. That's
10 kilometers an hour. Everybody that pack has moved this morning.
Yeah, so it just shows they're very mobile, especially early morning. I mean, that's the problem.
Sure.
Is that they want to. But I think what they're doing is looking for the other adults.
Yeah.
It's not like it's not like they're going hunting now.
No, for sure.
Pups, but and of course that alpha male, that alpha female just goes with them. The pups are just following. So.
It's amazing how much ground they're covering.
But we can get them back. Look, I mean, they're just built for endurance. So
yeah, exactly.
We'll bring them back slowly now, and if we need to, we can also just rest them along the way.
Yeah.
So,
no, amazing. Thanks, Brian. Thanks for sharing that with us.
Pleasure.
Very, very interesting what Brian was telling us about there, everybody. How much the pack or the alpha female and the pups have moved already this morning. I mean, to be honest, it was predicted. Wild dogs have incredible stamina. They're under a bit of stress at the moment. She wants to reconnect with the rest of the adults in the pack. So she's basically just covering ground, trying to pick up on the scent of the other pack members. But she's actually moved a little bit closer to where we are right now, which is good news. I'm just busy watching as the chopper fires up here, about to go up, I think, to do a recce. I can't tell you how jealous I am of Brent right now. I've been fortunate enough to fly in these choppers many times, but not for a conservation effort like this. So you probably would have just heard that buzz sound that came out of Jerry's helicopter right now. So that little pew that they give off from the chopper just helps us almost spook the animals into moving away from the helicopter. They don't like that sound. It's amazing. They are more concerned about that little hooter than they are the actual sound of the chopper's rotor blades. There, you can hear it again. I wonder if Jerry's not maybe trying to clear this funnel as well. Maybe just flying over, making sure that there's nothing else that's in the funnel right now. Could be why he's using the hooter. Right, I see we've got a couple of questions here, everybody. Is the alpha male one of the ones that's in the boma already? Yes, I believe so, Betty. He's in the boma, waiting for everybody else. Michael, in total on the operation, there's probably about 35, 40 of us here at the moment. It's a massive operation. Lots of willing hands, lots of people that are, so dedicated to the cause and passionate about what we do here. Marcy's asked whether this female will join the males that you already have in the boma. Yes, that is the plan, but not here. So the male is with some of the rest of this pack, the rest of the adults, and they're here on the reserve. We're on here on the Rietspruit Game Reserve, and we'll be moving them to another reserve not far from here. But just to clarify, that we're not moving any wild dogs from the Rietspruit Game Reserve to the Rietspruit Game Reserve to pair up with our males that we have in our boma on the Rietspruit Game Reserve. Yes, indeed. The places that Jerry lands that helicopter are unbelievable, to be honest. A very, very experienced bush pilot, and sometimes you have to put that thing down in the tightest spaces, especially when you have an animal down, and the vehicle team cannot get there fast enough. Jerry and very often the wildlife vet who will be with him in the helicopter have to touch down and get to a rhino or wild dogs, whatever it may be, and he has to touch down in some of the most almost impossible positions. It is quite remarkable, to be honest. Sorry, what was that there, Vian? Okay, copy that. Just hearing from VM that you had some chopper feed, which is really awesome. I can't see that right now, but I hope you're all enjoying it. I reckon Brent's like a little kid in a candy store right now. He must be in seventh heaven being up there with Jerry. Just sitting here in the quiet and listening to all the birds that are calling. Lots of orioles, striped kingfisher, Burchell starlings, ringneck dove. Beautiful out here. Yeah, Betty, they won't be very high above the tree line, to be honest. Just a couple 100 yards. That's the beauty of using a chopper like this is they can be very close to the ground to be able to spot the dog. Andrew, there's your pearl-spotted owlet calling again. So I'm just busy listening to VM, everybody, and apparently you're seeing visuals of the pack running away from the tar road at the moment. I'm just busy trying to open a link so that I can see what's happening. Oh, there we go. I can see it live now. Unreal. Absolutely remarkable how Jerry can move, you know, so many individual animals from the air when they're in an open system like this. It's amazing that they don't just, you know, get away from him. He's so good at what he does. I see there's a dirt road. You'll see the dogs are moving towards that dirt road right now. Jerry will want to try to keep them on that road. Instinctively, they'll often just run along the roads. It's the path of least resistance. It also means that we, you know, have less risk of any of the pack members getting injured. And if they stick to the road, he can then direct them exactly where he wants them to go. Thank you so much. See you shortly. I'll check in with the powers. Sorry, Vim. Okay, copy that. So just update on the ground. It sounds like the team are just going to go and check the curtains currently, just to make sure that the curtains are all pulling freely, to make sure that that's all ready for when these dogs do arrive. This is incredible, everybody, to have this footage from above. Oh, changing direction. I see they're now heading into the bush away from the road. Making Jerry work up there, I see. You could see there, Brent quickly showed us how close he was to that tree that was just below them. Here he's hovering literally tree line at the moment. Very, very close to the ground, very close to those dogs. Yes, so just to clear that up, Di, it is Brent that's getting all of those amazing pictures for you from up in the chopper. Matt's on the ground. I think he's gone into the funnel just to try and get some footage of what's here on the ground. We won't be streaming that live to you now, but it will be footage that Painted Dog TV will be broadcasting at a later stage. Michael, you made a good point there in that the puppies, you think that the puppies would be more prone to scattering than the adults. That is correct, except for one thing. They do not deviate when they're following their mother. The alpha female is the winning draw card here. That's why we left her with those pups. So they'll keep running. They'll keep after her, and as long as we can maintain visual of the alpha female, we know that the puppies won't be far behind. They stay very, very close to mom. And then Marcy, in terms of how far away they are from us, not far at all. Probably less than 2 miles away. So they don't have far to go. Basil, can you please go check with Matt? Just find out what's happening in there and ask him to give us an update on how everything's going inside the funnel, and come back to me. Thank you. I think you've got to go through the trailer, so don't try go through the shade netting. Copy. Yeah. Wow, look at that, everybody. Amazing to see them out in the open like this. Unbelievable. Look at that one dog looking straight up at the chopper before taking off. This is unreal. What an incredible moment, everybody. We are so privileged to do what we do out here, and as I mentioned, this is a first for me. Something which, we're very proud of, the work that we do here. I'm certainly very proud to be a part of it. Incredible to see how nimble these dogs are through the thick bush. And so fast. It's no surprise that they're one of Africa's, most successful predators. They've got incredible speed and stamina and can navigate through thick bush pretty quickly. Imagine how difficult it is for their prey to evade a pack of dogs like this. Also interesting to see the very different habitat that we have here, everybody, compared to where we usually operate on the Rietspruit Game Reserve. This is a completely different habitat. So this is called Mopani woodland, and we don't have anything quite like it on the Rietspruit Game Reserve. And it's amazing, we're not even that far from the Rietspruit. We're probably only about 50 miles north of the Rietspruit Game Reserve, and yet a completely different habitat. We are so spoilt with the biodiversity here in South Africa. So many different habitats that are perfect for different species of mammals, insects, birds. I see that Jerry's busy navigating some power lines at the moment. Definitely don't want to be touching any of that, of course. Imagine how much he needs to concentrate on everything, all the moving parts. whilst he's up in the air. Okay. Okay, thanks, Basil. So Basil very kindly went and caught up with Matt, who, as mentioned, is busy filming inside the funnel. No major updates there, everybody. Apparently all good. Everything seems to be moving along quite nicely here. So I think, to be honest with you, they're probably ready and prepped for the arrival of the dogs. Now it's up to Jerry to just get them to come down the very road that we plan on them coming down. It's quite remarkable that, you know, you pick one spot, one road, and you've got to get all 13 members to go down the exact route that we want them to go down. It's amazing how it all comes together. Looks like there's a nice big mud wallow there where the wild dogs are right now, which would have formed recently with the good rains we've had in the last 2 weeks. A lot of surface water around on the reserves in this area at the moment. And you can see how the bush is changing colour now. These vibrant greens of all the trees that are in their new flush. It's such a wonderful time of the year. Still can't hear the helicopter, everybody, so that they're obviously still a distance away from us. But Jerry is slowly working them in our direction. Wow, look at that eroded area that those dogs are busy going around now. Incredible. Don't fall in there, dogs. This footage is just remarkable. Every now and then you can see Brent sort of raises the camera slightly, and I'm just trying to gauge where they are using, you know, landmarks or mountains and koppies that we have around here. I'm just trying to gauge where they are to see which direction they're headed. But as I mentioned before, everybody's here chopper, so they're still a bit of a distance away from us. It appears though that Jerry has managed to keep. So far looks like everything is working for him up there. I'm 2 meters from the jackal view, so I don't know what's going on there. It's interesting, I'm just looking at that footage now, everybody, and it's very flat where those wild dogs are right now, and I do see some big mountains in the distance. So they might have been further off than I expected. We know, of course, that they have moved some distance this morning. They've already covered 10 kilometers before Bree and Brent went up in the air now. So they had moved quite a distance away from where they were resting up last. Copy. This is just incredible watching this. You know, I'm standing here, everybody on my phone, busy jumping through my different apps, listening to all the feeds and the comments that are coming through, and then watching these amazing pictures. There's Brent's mug, quickly saying hello to us there. It's looking very maverick this morning with those shades on in the chopper.
Currently, just waiting for Jerry
I can hear a chopper now.
to bring the dogs.
Yep.
I don't know. I think everyone is going to exit,
Yeah, sure.
except for the people running.
Yeah.
But I took 3 or 4 videos for you just to kind of show everyone. Don't know if that helps you, but
No, that's great. Thank you very much, Andrew.
no stress.
So we've got an everybody, which I'll show you once we come back to me. There's no back to me now. I'm not as exciting footage that Brent's busy showing us from the chopper. But just an update found is that the funnel is ready. The Boma funnel is, and all go on this end. So we're just now waiting for Jerry to bring the dogs in. Obviously, all of the people that are in that funnel right now, make sure that everything's ready, are going to. We do not want those dogs of us being in the area, because then they exit the funnel. Behind the basically the Boma walls, and we'll then wait and watch as the dogs pass curtains, and then quickly run and shut those curtains. So, the exciting news as well, everybody, is I can now hear the chopper. Sorry, say that again there, Vim. No. Okay, copy that, Vim. Cool. Vim, getting the shot of the chopper when it comes in.
Good.
What's the plan? When he comes out, just the guys standing on the curtains, eh, Matt?
Yeah, correct. It's going to be very quiet. It's going to be very quiet this side.
Yeah.
We can't make any noise because if the dogs overshoot the Boma, Jerry's actually got to come and bring them back round. Going to be standing here by the trailer.
Yes.
And then just a couple guys by each curtain.
Okay, cool.
And the dogs come through, obviously close the curtains, and then they how big people also keep those curtains closed because the dog's going to try
Yeah, try go back out.
back the way they can.
Okay.
And then yeah, it's just a case of the helicopter guiding them in.
Okay, cool. Incredible. I'm actually just showing Maddie these pictures now. Everybody's standing here with me and was just giving me again another update on the ground. I don't know how much you heard of that, but basically the gist is we need to stand back beyond the trailer here and just stay still and quiet when the dogs come in. We don't want to spook them at all. And like I said, the curtains that funnel. You're obviously going to see all of this happening from above. You know, Jerry and Brent obviously will be chasing the pack into that funnel, so you should be able to see it all from up there. Very, very excited and nervous now. So Matt was also saying that if the wild dogs do overshoot the boma, the funnel itself, Jerry's then going to have to come around and then work those dogs back around and try again, bring them back around to the entrance of the funnel and force them back in. It's another reason why we need to just stay back behind the scenes here and be quiet during that moment, just so that we don't spook the dogs and have them run off too far away, to make things a little bit easier for Jerry.
Dogs are also so far off at the moment that they're almost worried about fuel on the
Serious?
helicopter. Yeah, it's not a concern yet, but it is
It's a reality.
It's a reality. Yeah, if the dogs don't play ball
But
enough.
we can hear the chopper now, Matt.
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard it just now.
Yeah,
No.
but still a distance away, of course.
Yeah.
And it's slow going, moving the dogs this direction. But they are moving. Right, we get everybody as Brent has just that camera are approaching to that. Okay, well, okay. So it's just and it's got work, but yes, there is obviously a concern of fuel, and so yeah, at the moment apparently it's still all good, but it's getting closer to the point where Jerry is going to possibly have to abort so that he can refuel, but for the time being all good. So fingers crossed those dogs keep moving and then we should be okay. No, not worried, Brian. Just excited. Yeah, exactly. You can see that Jerry is now having to work up and down. The dogs have now entered a pretty dense area, and so they're not really following one direction. There's no road where they are right now, so they'll be picking different game paths. The alpha female will be taking different game paths to obviously try and get away from the chopper, so making it a little bit harder to keep them going in the direction we want them to go. And that obviously slows the process down a little bit. But just to recap for anybody that may have just recently joined in on this concept, to relocate a pack of African dogs from Africa, northern parts of South Africa. We try to capture this pack of wild dogs and move them to another game reserve not too far from here, another system where we want to introduce wild dogs. This particular pack has been established here on the Salati Game Reserve for the last 2 years. They've done incredibly well, almost too well to be honest. They've bred up in number, and because of their larger number, they now are expanding their territory, which leads them into dangerous areas, dangerous zones, dangerous properties outside of this private game reserve. So we want to move this pack now to a larger system, which is not too far from here, probably as the crow flies, about 50 miles due east of us, closer towards the Kruger National Park. And so the aim is to now move these wild dogs that you can see in picture that are running through the bush. We're busy moving them with the chopper towards a temporary boma fixture that we've set up on the ground where I am right now, a funnel trap system basically, where we force the wild dogs into this temporary funnel that then leads them towards a trailer. The end point of that funnel is a trailer where the dogs will end up being closed into the trailer before being transported to the new reserve. It's a funnel system, the walls of which are made of just hessian, and then covered up with trees to try and hide it and make it look as natural as possible. That will be closed in behind the wild dogs as they get to the narrowest point of that funnel. So we force them down to the narrowest point of the funnel and close these curtains one by one behind them, trapping them within that funnel and then eventually force the trailer. So lots of moving parts. Jerry's doing an incredible job right now in the air. His helicopter to bring them our direction. I can hear that helicopter's getting slowly but surely getting closer to us. And the team on the ground here are just making their final preps on the trailer and the boma funnel, just to make sure that everything's ready. Matt, won't you bring me my bottle there? Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so just to update you everybody, we obviously are back with me. Hello. Brent is going to be coming back to you live from the helicopter again very soon, everybody. So I'm very, very excited to see those pictures again. The chopper's still a little ways out. If I had to guess, probably still at least a mile away. So it's still going to be a little while yet before they get a bit closer to us. And as you can see here on the ground, not much has changed. You might be able to see Joel, our wildlife vet, incredible wildlife vet, who's here on the ground. He's just busy working at the back of the trailer. You've got to be absolutely certain that everything is ready here on the ground. Make sure that there just aren't going to be any mistakes when we get to that critical point when the dogs are with us, when they come into the trailer. So Joel's just busy making sure that that door at the back slides easily. We've had to clear the ground. The team here had to dig a hole to force that trailer lower down. So basically just to bring that entrance of the trailer lower to the ground so that it was an easy hop for the dogs up. You can see that trailer sitting at an angle. So they had to excavate the area there for that trailer. And Joel and Chris now just making sure that trailer door slides easily to make sure that once those dogs do eventually get into that trailer, we can slam it shut. And that's that then. That's that's first part of the day, first part of the job done, if we get that right. Obviously, these guys are vastly experienced. This is their job. This is what they do on a daily basis. So we're very, very fortunate to have this team here with us, everybody. First part of the day, Kurt asked a very good question there about how wide is the widest part of the funnel. So I had a look at it yesterday. If I had to guess, Kurt, it's probably about 300 meters wide, the widest part of that funnel. And the road that Jerry's actually going to try force the dogs to come along is smack bang in the middle of that 300 meters. So it gives them a bit of scope either side to obviously try and make sure that they get into the first part of the funnel. How hot is it here right now?
Hot.
Yeah, it's warm.
I'll tell you right now.
I feel like I might need to get some sunblock out pretty soon.
Definitely.
It's 83 Fahrenheit right now, everybody. So it's getting toasty. It's going to be a hot day today. 33 degrees Celsius is the highest it says it will be today. In terms of, CJ, you've asked the question, do we have a tunnel cam inside? No, we don't have a camera in there right now, but we will have a camera once the dogs arrive. We will probably, I don't know, no, I suppose we won't have anybody on top of the trailer today because then we might spook the dogs. But we'll get the best footage we can, of course, when the dogs arrive, when they come through the boma. What other types of animals does this team work with or rescue? Sure. That's a long list, to be honest. Just about everything in terms of wild game that this team capture out here. So this type of system behind us here, this particular funnel type system, is usually used for capturing large herds of antelope, which is actually what it's usually used for. So when you're capturing things like impala and nyala, they even use it for zebra, they'll use it for kudu, so that sort of type of game capture and movement. But there are a couple of guys here, part of the team here, that more specifically work with endangered species. So things like the wild dog, rhino, cheetah, quite a lot of elephant movement as well, because elephants are really good at getting out of game reserves. So I know that this team works with that quite a bit. And when I say the team, it's the vets, and Jerry, the chopper pilot. But of course we also always have problems with snares, animals that are being injured, that the team will also work on. So that includes things like antelope, but also elephant, hyena. A lot of hyena get caught in snares. Lion as well get caught in snares that are unfortunately set in some of these private reserves. And so that keeps Joel and Jerry very, very busy indeed, and Chris. And then of course Grant Beverly, who's not with us right now, but Grant's whole life, his job is to look after the African wild dogs of the Kruger and surrounding areas. So amazing team. Is it the same link, view? So I believe the chopper feed has come back, everybody. I'm just trying to open it again here on my phone.
Recording in.
No, don't do that. Making lots of noise now. Incredible. So, everybody, I'm just now tuning that footage, and I can see that the dogs have now got back onto that road, which is great news. And of course are now continuing in their planned route towards us here at the funnel boma. Matt, can you come here quick, please? I'm hearing myself on the feed here. I don't want to turn that off for me, thanks. Thank you. One thing I can see is the pace has slowed down, just temporarily slowed down quite a bit. One thing that Brian, the general manager of the Rietspruit Game Reserve, did mention to us earlier is that, you know, we know that wild dogs have incredible stamina, but we also don't want to overwork them. So sometimes Jerry will actually back off and just let them have a couple of minutes to rest before he then starts pushing them again. So the pace is down quite a bit, but the good news is they are on a big road. So he's got them going in the right direction. You can see the alpha female up ahead of the puppies there, everybody. Puppies look like they're tired. So yeah, slowing it down a little bit, you know, maintaining a good bearing and pace at a slow pace on the road there. Marcy, I see you've said what happens if they don't go all in. Then have to do is just basically round them up again with the chopper. But you know, the reality is this might not go to plan. They might not go into this funnel. You know, we might only get half of them, and that is a reality. And then it's back to the drawing board. You know, once it hasn't worked, you know, if it doesn't work immediately, then it's not going to work at all today. We won't be able to then use this boma, this funnel. These wild dogs are incredibly intelligent, so once it hasn't worked, once they've figured out what's happening here, they'll then be spooked and they won't come back to this area at all, even with the chopper. So yeah, then it's back to the drawing board. We may have to then go the old-fashioned route and dart the remaining members, but we're hoping that we can get them all now in one foul swoop, without any injury and without any change to the plan. See, there's some water over there that Brent's just zoomed in on. Interesting to see if the dogs don't perhaps head towards that water. I don't know if they would do that. You know, being under pressure from the chopper, I don't know if they would do that, but let's see what happens. Oh, there we go. That looks like the alpha female that's just got to the water's edge. Someone, I think, did ask about the heat. Wild dogs, you must remember, everybody, are very used to this sort of exercise. They cover massive ground when they're hunting or just when they're out on patrol through their territory, and an animal that has incredible stamina. So this, to be honest, isn't too much work for them just yet, but the temperature is increasing, so if they are going to drink some water there, that will obviously work wonders for them. It does look like Jerry's pulled back quite a bit, so quite possibly what he's trying to achieve there right now is leave them be, let them go to that water, let them have a drink, and then carry on pushing them thereafter. It looks like all the dogs are busy surrounding that waterhole, so that's probably what they will do now. Aha. Okay, so it looks like Brent's saying goodbye to us there, everybody. I think they're going to land. So I've been talking about how there may be a point where Jerry actually pulls off entirely and lets the dogs rest, and that's probably exactly what's happening right now. So you saw in picture there, the final picture there, that they're at that water hole. It's nice and open there, so easy enough for us to go back and find them in that area. So I think they're going to let them rest. I don't know how long they'll probably let them rest, but it's a good thing that they can drink some water, have a break, and then I'm pretty sure Jerry will be back up there with Brent to go and start the process again. I can hear that chopper now heading our way, so maybe they're coming to land here with us, I'm not sure. The story of the bush and working in this industry. Hurry up and wait. That's one thing with wild animals. You can't always get them to do what you want them to do. Becky, I haven't heard anything yet of them needing to refuel. It is a possibility. We spoke about that earlier, that Jerry might need to refuel, but if he's going to do that, that's not going to happen anywhere nearby here. He's going to have to fly back to town, back to Rietspruit. Sorry, say again, Liam. I didn't copy that. No.
I don't have TeamSpeak.
No.
What you said exactly, letting them rest.
I can't hear Brent, Liam. Okay, thank you very much. All right, so just to confirm what we had thought earlier, everybody, we've just got word from Brent. They're doing exactly that. They're letting the wild dogs rest at the moment. So they've landed the chopper. So they'll be offline for a little while from the chopper, let the dogs rest, and then we'll get going again soon. And while they're resting and while Brent's resting, I'm going to go mark my territory, everybody. So I'll be back with you shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry, I needed to step away, mark territory there. But we're all on a break here, to be honest. So we've moved our jackal into the shade so that we don't have to all burn in the sun. And well, the spirits are high here. I can hear the team laughing away as we all now. It's probably nervous laughter, to be honest, because we know that we're getting very close to the point where these dogs are going to arrive. For the time being, nothing's changed. So the chopper's still on the ground. Dogs are still resting close to that water hole. And yeah, basically we now sit and wait. So it's a good opportunity for anybody who has any questions about what's happening here today. Please send them through to us. We'll try to answer them as best as we can.
I've got a question.
What's your question, Andrew?
If it was the beta female that was still out, not the alpha,
Yeah.
would the pup still follow?
Probably, yeah. So Andrew's just asked a question now.
Then both of them are not here.
Okay, Joel's here. Do you want me to chat to Joel?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Alrighty.
Joel, sir.
Just quickly see if there's any more questions here before we get going.
Okay. Yeah, Matt's inside. Matt's inside with his phone. Going to stream from the phone quick to get an inside scoop.
Oh, okay. I believe that Matthew's going to be taking us inside the boma, everybody. So we're getting the inside scoop. We're going to try bring up those pictures now for you, just to give you a look inside that funnel boma. For those of you who may have missed it yesterday, just to give you a better idea of what the dogs are going to be running into. Sure. All right, everybody. I believe there was a bit of break up there with Maddie's picture inside the boma. So I'll just get back to some of the questions I was reading here. How big is the trailer? Marcy asks. It's not big at all, to be honest. It's probably about 8 feet in length and maybe 4 or 5 foot wide. So not a very big trailer at all, but more than enough space for one alpha female and 12 6-month-old pups. So there's plenty space, more than enough space inside that trailer for them. Here comes Maddie. Barbara's asked a question, do you have any idea which females you will try to introduce to the pack in the boma? Barbara, I assume you're referring to the other pack, so not the pack we're working with today, the pack back on the Rietspruit Game Reserve, the dispersal pack of males. Yes, we do know which females we want to try and introduce to those males. Genetic testing has been conducted and we're waiting on the results, and they come from a reserve not too far from here, actually. Again, probably about 70 or 80 miles further northwest of us is where they'll be coming from, and we're just waiting on those results. Not sure.
Want me to take a look at your high sense spread? Oh, you can hear them now again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just disconnected, I think, when I went for my walkabout.
No, I just wanted to make sure you can hear him.
No, I can hear him again. Thanks, Andrew.
That's patience is the key to wildlife.
Indeed. Like I say, hurry up and wait, and be patient. Especially with something as important as this. And again, you know, it's that experience that comes from this team, everybody, you know, the experience to know that you take all the factors in during the day while you're operating in a procedure like this, and we were discussing how the temperature was starting to increase, and you know, Jerry's experience has led him to make the call to let the pack rest. They found a really good water hole where they can drink some water, take a break. I would imagine he's probably going to let them rest for at least 15 to 20 minutes, might even be longer than that, before he starts running them again. I'm just listening to these guys on the ground here busy chatting their stories about game capture. We'll have to try and get some of them onto our show to discuss some of these stories. You can imagine the wealth of stories that come out of doing this on a daily basis, everybody. You know, it doesn't always go right. These animals are wild animals and they'll do what they want to do, and some of them are big and dangerous, like lion, leopard, rhino, elephant. Yeah, I had an incident with the lions on the Rietspruit Game Reserve where one of the male lions came to while I was busy dragging him by his mane out of the capture vehicle, which was terrifying, of course, when it happened, but fortunately was over before anything really went down. That male lion only woke up briefly, and then he collapsed and fell asleep again. But I think the most harm that's come to me when capturing animals was actually capturing impala. Oh wow, great spotted cuckoo's just flown overhead. That's the first one I've seen of this season. That's awesome. Great spotted cuckoo, very, very cool, amazing bird to see. So that's a nice tick for the year. Yeah, you'll be amazed, everybody, how powerful an impala is. A lot of people will underestimate their strength and their power. And we were capturing impala in a very similar system to this, actually. And one of the impala got caught up against the Hessian wall of this boma. And I went to go tackle that impala and I came off second best. So yeah, I think Andrew was waiting for me to tell him a big tale about being chased by a rhino or something, but no, it was actually an impala. No, I've had many run-ins with black rhino, but not in a capture scenario. And never too close a shave, to be honest. Valma's asked an awesome question about how difficult is it to move a pack of dogs to another country with the governments and organizations from two different countries. It's a nightmare. To be completely honest with you, it's an absolute nightmare. The amount of red tape around moving animals across borders is immense. It takes a lot of time, takes a lot of money, takes a lot of sweet talking, which is crazy when you think about the fact that ultimately we all want the same goal, and that's to conserve our wildlife. Yet there are so many hurdles that you have to jump to get to that point. But organizations like Painted Dog TV, like the Endangered Wildlife Trust, have that patience, they have that passion to jump those hurdles and to keep working hard to move animals. So, you know, we've moved a lot of wild dogs around, to Malawi, to Mozambique. Same with our cheetah. We've moved cheetah from South Africa, a lot of cheetah from South Africa, into other countries, and yeah, it's hard work, but it's what we love doing. Brent is, that's why I think for me to join Brent, it was an easy thing for me to do, because I know how passionate he is. He doesn't take no for an answer. He'll keep pushing, and it's awesome to be a part of that, fighting those challenges that you're faced with when you're moving animals. It's not easy, but it's super rewarding for us, and it's what we love doing. Stephanie Marks has just asked, once you capture these dogs, will they be joining the other 8 adults? Yes, they will be, but only temporarily, and they're not remaining together as a pack. All of the animals will not remain ultimately. So some of them are being moved to different systems, which of course does often naturally happen. Wild dogs will disperse from their natal pack and go and start and form new packs in other areas. And basically we're just manipulating that. Not today, but over the next couple of weeks, that's something we'll be manipulating. So we'll be removing a number of the previous generation of pups from this pack and taking them to a different system. Grant Beverly touched on it briefly yesterday, and I definitely want to talk to him more about it because it'll be interesting to know where he wants to move them to. I'm not entirely sure exactly where. Matt, I see you parked us right next to the dead impala. The smells are fantastic here.
You can move if you like.
Good job. I'm standing next to another pickup truck right next to me here, everybody, which has a dead impala in the back of it, which is on standby for, of course, if we need to use it to try and lure the dogs. And it's a little bit old, that impala, and it's starting to smell rather fresh.
Very nice.
Yeah, no, that's... You'd be lucky you're not smelling that, everybody. Put it that way. Want some cheese, Andrew? Thank you to all of you that have joined us here today. I'm just busy going back through all of the comments. So much of what we're doing here today would not have been possible without your support, and we're very grateful to everybody that supports us at Painted Dog TV. It's amazing that we can do something like this, and it's all thanks to you. And we're very, very excited to share this with all of you. And so is my family, by the way. So my family thanks you. The whole family's watching. Well, not all, the whole family, but a lot of the family are watching. And they're all just so chuffed to be a part of this as well today. So thank you very much, everybody. Thank you to the pack. I believe we've got some feed coming back in from the chopper, everybody. So I'm just going to try and load that up again on my phone. Just see what's happening. So I believe you may have a picture of what's coming out of the chopper, everybody. I can't see it just yet. My phone's, I don't know, having a moment. Can't seem to load this video. It's trying to do it at the moment. Me and technology, of course, are not friends. Not at all. There we go. See Brent's two knees. Let's turn down all the music pieces. There you go. Okay, so we're back on, everybody. So dogs are on the move again. Very distinctive little hill there. Again, once again, just trying to get my bearings with my surroundings and my landmarks. Andrew, do you think we can kill the motor here? I'm just turning off the jackal. We've been running it just to charge up everything in the vehicle. I've killed it so I can just listen out for this chopper again. Jerry lurching pretty quickly forward there, probably to try cut off the alpha female, get her going in the direction he needs to head. Interesting, now I can't hear the chopper at all from where we are. That could just be a change in wind direction. Just busy listening to Chris's conversation that he's having now about moving wild dogs in the past. He had a couple of puppies on his lap, some wild dog puppies on his lap, and an alpha female with him in, I don't know if it was a plane or a chopper, and the puppies got diarrhea, and the mother, the alpha female, started vomiting whilst they were in the chopper. That must have been one of the most horrific things on earth. High protein diet, you can imagine what that must have smelt like. Wonderful. I'm just trying to look at the images that we're seeing now, everybody. It looks like Jerry's busy backing up. I can't see the wild dogs just yet. Might find that these dogs are a little bit slow in going now once you get them up from their rest. Probably more so the puppies than the alpha female. There we go, can definitely see the dogs now. Busy moving through some fairly rocky terrain, which will slow them down as well. Just saw Brent pointing out of the chopper now. You can see that Jerry's pulled back a bit and gone a little bit higher up, just to try and locate the dogs again. Brent's trying to point them out to him. How beautiful is that shot, everybody? The bush and that blue sky with the clouds. Picture perfect today. Still can't hear the chopper at all from where we are, so probably a distance off. So it's going to be a while, everybody, before we get them down here to the funnel. When I went to go mark my territory earlier, by the way, I saw fresh tracks of a male leopard that came up here last night. Came to investigate what we had set up in this area. Also some very fresh spotted hyena tracks. You can see that Jerry's had to circle back again. I think the dogs might have slowed down completely here. Just hope that obviously the pups all remain together and don't get separated from the alpha female, because that's just going to make life very difficult for Jerry to then bring them all back together again before he can then proceed to move them in the direction they need to go. And you can see once again backing off completely here. Brent, can you hear me there? Brent, you copy, Brent? Say again, Viam. Okay, copy. Copy. Okay, cool. Now I'm going to ask him, you know, what's going on there. I can see obviously that Jerry's had to back off and you guys have got higher off the ground, so just wondering, are you searching for dogs or are you just giving them a break again? I just want to know what Brent's busy doing up there. So we're just busy communicating with Brent, everybody. And as you can see, I think this pack might have split up a little bit. I think that's what's happened, and they're busy searching for the members that have split. So the others are probably all resting back where we were before with Jerry, and two of them have split, and they're probably just trying to find them and round them up and push them back towards the others, the ending group. Clearly see Brent pointing something out there, so maybe he's spotted the other two dogs. Copy. Just busy moving our vehicle quickly here, everybody, because that rotten Impala was starting to get to me. There we go. Ah, there we go. Can just hear the chopper now for the first time, everybody. It did appear earlier that Brent had seen these other wild dogs that had split. I think that's what they might still be working on. Just trying to push those two dogs back towards the alpha female. Two pups. So a bit of a spanner in the works here, everybody. Ultimately, we know that we'll always be able to relocate the alpha female because of that collar. I was just thinking now there's so much time being spent away from her and the other pups while they search for these two or try to push these two back. The good news is we have that collar, so we'll always know where she is. But the other concern is the amount of time that chopper is up in the air now. There you go, everybody. Those are some awesome pictures we're seeing now. So the bulk of the pack here. I'm not entirely sure yet if they are all back together. I would imagine they must be. All on the move again. Come on, puppies. Just follow mom and stick to the plan, please. A fork in the road. Which way does Jerry want them to go? Just now going past a man-made structure there. Not entirely sure where that is, everybody. Looks like it's just a storeroom more than anything else. But the dog's on the move again. Copy. I'm still just blown away by this whole process, everybody. You know, the way that Jerry can get in wild individual dogs to stick to the plan, to follow the roads he wants to lead them along. It is truly remarkable. This is amazing to watch. Again, very, very jealous of Brent being up there. I'll have to be in the next chopper, hopefully.
You've been in a chopper before, haven't you?
I have. Yeah, that's amazing. Nice and open where they are now, and they're sticking to the road, which is fantastic. Hopefully that road meets our road that we have down here, but I'm not too sure yet. Can't hear the chopper right now, so obviously still a distance away. See the power lines just below Brent's feet there, everybody. So there's power lines that run along that road that the dogs are busy running on. Oh, one of the dogs that's separated there. Jerry just pushing it back to the road. Yeah, I'll just have to obviously stay above those power lines. Amazing seeing that shadow of the chopper in picture. I would imagine that's something that, you know, the dogs are aware of and that Jerry's aware of. You know, it may all be intentional, keeping that shadow of the chopper here on the side of the road in the bush. Maybe it forces the dogs to not go towards it. Maybe they're, you know, nervous of that shadow and he's just staying slightly behind them. I can't tell if he's using his siren, his hooter, his buzzer on the chopper. Probably not. Probably doesn't need to right now. Just the sound of the chopper is enough. Let's see how he comes around now. As a couple of the members have broken from the road. Alpha female still up at the front, so it's all the pups that Jerry's having hard work dealing with at the moment. Alpha female is sticking to the plan, that's for sure. The pups keep deviating. I wonder if we can count them now. If we get in a little bit closer, we might be able to count these puppies. Nice and open here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So my first count there gave me 11 pups. You know, there are 12 of them. I'm sure they're all there. I don't think Jerry would be pushing them together. Copy. see that Barbara's just asked a question about how long could 2 to 6 month old puppies survive without mom. Oh, to be honest with you, they probably wouldn't have a very good success rate if they were without an adult. Not necessarily just the mother, but without an adult, I don't think they'd do well, to be honest. We know that, you know, the mortality rate of wild dogs in the Kruger National Park is 80%, and that's with the mother, with the remaining pack. So if they were out on their own, I think the chances of them surviving would be pretty slim, to be honest. Oh, good, Di, I see that you've mentioned you did count 13 together again. That's great news. This is just so wonderful, out in the open like this again. We're in, that we're moving through, that we, you know, maintain. It's wonderful, you know, for all of us. Live, everybody, you know, this is special stuff. The type of conservation work happening live in real time. Yeah, this is what Painted Dog TV is all about, and this is something we work hard at trying to get right for all of you. And just so, you know, again, grateful to the team, grateful to VM and the tech that goes into making this happen and to this live. Grateful to amazing job hanging without hanging. MD. Okay, copy. Battery's low, yeah.
Oh, this battery is fine.
Is it?
Yeah, I thought maybe it was the battery that was down.
Okay.
Signal should be fine. It's got 4 out of 5 bars.
Maddie, where's that sunblock of yours?
Is there not one in this car? I'll get it. Don't get it more.
Join Painted Dog TV and our conservation partner as we work together to protect and conserve wildlife in Africa. You can join us live from anywhere in the world to do your part for the magnificent wildlife of Africa. Welcome to the Rietspruit Game Reserve, the world's first ever live virtual elephant collaring. Very important to keep the elephant breathing, so always pop a stick in the trunk. Absolutely amazing. This is 100% live, coming to you from the middle of the Rietspruit Game Reserve.
Copy that. Welcome back, everybody. We just took a short break while we were applying sunblock, marking territory. Territory is officially very marked in this area, though nowhere near the boma, of course. So we don't want the dogs smelling that, because then they'll turn around and hightail it. Right, Brent showing off his Rogue boots there. Good man. Make sure that Rogue knows what we're doing. Thank you, Rogue, to sing us our shoes that keep us going. And thank you to Dunlop for supplying the tyres of the vehicle I'm standing on. Obviously got nothing to do with that helicopter. We are grateful to our sponsors, to Dunlop and to Ned Lenzer. Again, no need for a torch right now, but maybe tonight, you never know, when we're on a game drive. Right, back to the dogs, everybody. They are on the road and they are moving, which is exactly what we want. And yeah, jeez, everyone waiting here with bated breath, to be honest. Temperature is starting to increase slightly. Obviously, we're still a bit concerned about fuel in the chopper, but just so you know, we haven't heard word from Jerry that he's concerned yet, so that should be good. The dogs are just approaching another little waterhole, which is great news. They'll have a drink here. I'm not too sure yet if Jerry's going to let them rest again. We'll get news from Brent pretty quickly if that is the case. Just busy watching now as I think the dogs are drinking from just behind those trees. I'll tell you one thing, we're very fortunate that there are a number of water holes on this reserve to keep those dogs hydrated. Looks like the alpha female's headed away from the water there, and there go the puppies. Hello, beautiful puppies. Yep, all 12 puppies in tow. Alrighty. Come on, dogs. Just busy charging all of our tech on the Jackal here, everybody, so you might be hearing the engine running in the background. Just going to keep it running for a little while longer. Interesting, just looking at that that big tree, which I presume might have been a marula tree, and all the stone that you saw placed around that marula tree, that white stone, there to just try and protect the tree from elephants from feeding on that marula tree. So we use a lot of sharp white rocks that we put up and surrounding the trees to try and protect them. It's one of the most effective ways to stop elephants from feeding on a tree. Okay, copy that.
Awesome.
that's a cool shot. Look at that. The whole pack's just run underneath a tree that's been pushed over by elephants. You see how Jerry just shot up ahead there? He's forcing the alpha female back to the intersection you can see behind him. I think he wants that alpha female to take the other road, not the one she'd originally taken. Unbelievable. Jerry is a master in the sky. Awesome. All right, everybody. I'm just going to quickly break away from the picture of the chopper right now. We've got Brian Harverman that's standing here next to me. He's the general manager of Salati Game Reserve. A little bit about your role here and what's happening here today. How you managed to be involved with all of this chaos.
Yeah, no, thanks. I mean, thanks to everybody else that's shown an interest in this. I mean, we've got this, wild dogs are obviously, they're such an endangered species that anything we can do to protect them and try and help the population, the meta population, is always going to be good. So we've, the Salati Game Reserve is close on 30,000 hectares. Big 5 reserve. We also have cheetah here and obviously the wild dogs. And it's just in terms of biodiversity, it's just an incredible spot here in the Lowveld. The topography is also amazing. We've got massive mountains, whereas a lot of the areas around you are quite flat. So I think that also lends itself in terms of species biodiversity. Yeah. And not only for the mammals, but also for the plant species. So, yeah.
Incredible. And tell me, Brian, this pack of wild dogs have been giving you a bit of a nightmare over the last couple of weeks. Maybe you can share a little bit of information as to what's actually happened specifically with this pack in the last couple of weeks and how you guys have had to deal with that.
Yeah, look, so I mean, we were very, very keen to get involved initially, to have such a beautiful area and great habitat for the wild dogs.
Certainly is.
Unfortunately, so they've had 2 sets of pups that have been born and very successful.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the few cases where both the alpha and the beta females have actually had pups and they've retained them.
Yeah.
So the problem that we have is that they haven't stayed within the Salati. So we've got a lot of game breeders around us, cattle farmers in the north, and if they would just stay within the fences, and you can have the best possible fence, the dogs don't seem to respect it. So that's the dilemma that we have. So we've tried to areas that have been our hot spots, we've actually put extra work in there. We've had the fences upgraded in all the key areas. But unfortunately, they also, I think the predator pressure here obviously plays a small role, especially the lions. We obviously have lions here and they will prey on the pups.
Yeah.
So I think especially when the pups are young, they're definitely going to try and frequent areas where the lions are not going to have an impact on them. We know of one case where a lion did kill one of the pups last year. So I think the issue that we're sitting with now is that the dogs have been going out the reserve on a more frequent basis.
Yeah.
And I think the more they get to learn where they can go, there's prey there, especially the domestic animals like goats and cattle. Easy prey for them. They just watch them coming and then they get taken down. So that's been the dilemma. I mean, I think mostly on the Salati they've been eating impala, but also some bigger animals like waterbuck and kudu. But for a pack this size now, 21 animals, you need to have quite a bit of food to be able to feed them.
Yes.
And I think that's where we've also, once they're on the reserve and they're hunting, it's been fine. But we've just had, over the last couple of weeks, we've just been spending a lot of money and time and effort in actually just getting them back onto the reserve. people believe they are dogs because they're on the reserve, so we have a responsibility.
Yes.
But I mean, I must just say, if I'm allowed to, is that we are just extremely grateful for other people that have been helped to fund this, because it's a lot of money, and whenever you're using a helicopter and that, it comes at a huge cost.
Massive cost.
The vet fees and everything. So without individuals and people that are willing to assist us, we would have really battled. So I just must say a huge thank you to all of those that were willing to assist us with that. And I think today's operation too, we're hoping that we're going to be able to capture these dogs in this capture boma with the funnels up, and if it works, it'll be great. This particular female, as I'm sure you've told everybody, is just the alpha female with all the pups, and we're hoping that once she gets in here, they'll all just come in. And then we do have the other adult animals that have been darted already.
Yeah.
They're in a boma that we will then go and get and then move with this. Yeah, I think the thought is we just want to try and still assist in terms of helping the meta population.
Yeah.
So if we can, with even the yearling animals, we might keep them here a little bit longer, and then when we find a suitable spot, that we can actually move them there. So yeah, we help as much as we can. I think it's a really important project. This.
Yeah.
We need to assist as much as we can. But unfortunately, the dilemma that we're sitting with now in terms of the reputational risk, and all the farmers around us are just, I think, getting a bit tired of
a number of factors just knock on your way here.
So I mean, we're not going to deviate from, we want to have biodiversity conservation is key for us.
Sure.
And that's why we would love to have the dogs on the reserve.
Yes.
And but we just have to see how it's going to work going forward. It's not to say that we won't get them back if they are moved off now.
Yeah.
But currently we're just sitting with a bit of a delay.
I think there's you've said how important it is to see that biodiversity. I don't think this is the end for Salati in terms of wild dogs. You could always bring in another pack at a later stage. Like you say, those factors, this pack swelling the way it has with the alpha to both breeding and being successful with your neighbours. A smaller pack brought in here again in the future would thrive in this particular area. As you touched on, the habitat is perfect for them here.
Yeah, I think also just for people listening, it's amazing to think that historically we've always had dogs here. They come in, they come and go. So they come from Kruger, they'll come through, they spend a couple of days here and move on again. So I think it's not, that's why we were very keen to see how a pack, if it would actually stay here and become resident. But they need these massive home ranges. I think
they do.
Even the fact we're close on 30,000 hectares for a wild dog, they'll cover from one side to the other side of the reserve in a couple of hours. So it's where we were hoping that they would have everything here that they needed and that they wouldn't roam. But unfortunately, this is what happened, and we now have to deal with it.
Well, Brian, thank you.
No, it's a pleasure.
Appreciate you giving a bit of your time here, and also appreciate you for everything you're doing for the wild dog, honestly.
No, thank you. Thank you guys for getting the message out there. I think that's also important. So, cool.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
We'll catch up with you soon. Thank you, Brian. Wonderful man who has vast experience, has been working in conservation for over 40 years. He has he's worked in the Kruger National Park, working with sand parks. He's worked with the Timbavati. He's worked with the Umbabat. A man of vast experience who, as you can tell, is passionate to everybody and loves wildlife. And, it hurt seeing this pack of wild dogs that were introduced to the area 2 years ago. You can imagine the highs and lows. The highs different have the lows, of course, of having them because of the the area and them being at risk leaving the Salati Game Reserve and going into these. It's a tough one for Brian and everybody here at Salati Game Reserve, I can assure you. But grateful that he's part of it and is lending a hand here with us today, and is hopeful that they may be able to have wild dogs, a smaller pack of wild dogs again. And it certainly is an amazing result. And the particular pack that you can see right now, everybody below the chopper, have just thrived here on the Salati Game Reserve. But it's time for them to move. It's time for them to go into a bigger ecosystem. And so they'll be moving closer to the Kruger National Park, where Brian touched on their home range will just be so much larger. There'll be a little bit less pressure from lion, and certainly less pressure from game farms where high profile game is being bred up and sold, and those particular farmers just sadly won't tolerate having wild dogs anywhere near their game. They're very, very nervous of losing game, very expensive game to wild dogs. So yeah, really nice to catch up with him. Great to the footage that Brent is sharing with us, that the dogs are on the move. They're still pretty close to a road. Sorry?
3.7 kilometers.
Oh, there you go. Awesome. So we're just getting an update from Maddie. Apparently they are 3.7 kilometers away, everybody. So still quite a distance. So we've moved them down from 10 kilometers. They were initially 10 kilometers away from us. They are now 3.7 kilometers away from us. So yeah, so what are we? We're a third of the way, roughly. And we've been at it for, geez, must be near on 2 hours already. Eh? Sorry, we have a third of the way left to go. So yeah, at the current pace we're going, we're hoping that it'll be within the next sort of half an hour to 45 minutes that Jerry and Brent will be able to bring those dogs into the opening of the funnel boma. Moving through some tough terrain at the moment, that's for sure. Say again, Wim. Okay, so just getting word from everybody. We're going to bring you some exciting footage as we go into a bit of a here for the ground. We're going to just show you guys some incredible footage of a net capture wild dog TV did a couple years ago, and I just want to show you guys exciting footage as we take a little break here. We'll be back with you very soon.
Across the African continent, there are less than 6,000 painted dogs left in the wild. They are critically endangered throughout their range due to loss of habitat and persecution. And even where they occur, their populations are fragmented. And this is why the work of the Endangered Wildlife Trust's Range Expansion Program and Kruger Wild Dog Project are so important.
Please, they stop fucking killing my animals. Still killing and killing and killing. They've killed this biker now in front of the lodge. I mean, what must I do to get you guys to catch this fucking stuff? You will just come and collect your collar. I mean, if I see them now, they are dead. I mean, so you can come and collect your collar then.
A pack of painted dogs moved from the safety of the Greater Kruger into commercial farming land. And after 3 months and over 30 attempts to safely dart and relocate the pack using traditional capture methods, the Endangered Wildlife Trust's Grant Beverly, with Wildscapes vets Ben Miller and Joel Elves, were forced into trying a unique capture method normally reserved for antelope. And the Painted Dog TV team were there to document and lend a hand. So you see there's quite a lot of stuff going on behind. The guys from Joel and Ben, the vets, and Grant from Endangered Wildlife Trust and the capture team. We're getting ready to try do some drop net capture on 3 wild dogs that are in an area where they're under threat. The guys have been trying to catch these dogs for nearly 3 months. They're very skittish. It's very tough country up here in the Mapanis. So we're hoping that today is going to be the day that we catch all the dogs. Very exciting and of course incredibly important work. The Endangered Wildlife Trust Wild Dog Range Expansion and just protecting the dogs that we have when they move into areas where they're under threat, that we are able to find the resources to catch and move them to a safe space. I've been lucky, I've been involved in lots of different captures over the years, and this is the first time that I'll be seeing drop net capture with wild dogs. I'm very excited, and we'll be there right on the front line, and hopefully we'll be able to catch all 3 of the males and move them off to a safe place. So a lot of people have never seen game capture, let alone curtain capture before, or net capture.
Alright, so basically there's our one corner there. This big old tree is going to be our other corner here. We're going to put a nice flag up for Jerry. Then we're going to put up some drop nets probably on the sides here and the stick stuff and at the back there. And as soon as the dogs come in, Jerry gives the alarm, the gate's closed. We hope to catch them in the net. Once they're in the net, they kind of relax. You can walk up and then from there we'll actually hand inject them, and then we can move them to the crates and move them to their next home.
We saw the dogs from the helicopter. They're about 3 kilometers to the west of us, and once we've got the boma set up and some camouflage laid down around the gates, which are going to be pulled closed as we chase the wild dogs with the helicopter into this, and then as soon as they hit one of the nets, there'll be probably 2 people per dog. We'll jump onto the dog, hold it, while Joel and Ben give them a little bit of a sleepy pill or a sleepy injection, and then we'll put them into the crates and move them through to their new home for the next while. So hopefully they're going to only be in the boma for a couple of months, and then hope they're going to be moving up to EWT's big boma in Valkevonden, and then from Valkevonden they could go anywhere in Africa. They could go to Malawi, they could go to Mozambique, they could go to Zambia, they could go to Angola. So very exciting stuff. And is there a reason we're using this particular type of capture?
So effectively, according to WAG SA, we would follow a series of capture methods. The first being the most non-invasive and the most or least stressful would be to try and dart them from the ground on a bait, lure them in using who calls, which we've done many times with you before. And unfortunately, because of the area that they're in, outside protected areas, they've just become incredibly skittish. So I actually, after 25 odd times of trying to find them on the ground, have only seen them once, and you can't get to within 50 meters of them. So that option, which is always the first sort of number one option, was not viable. Then the second option is just to dart them from a helicopter. So Joel Alves spent 3.5 hours in the helicopter trying to dart them.
And that turned into a nightmare. Yeah. That was a lot of darts later, and they kept running into the little termite mounds, and then we had to leave that dog and go for another one, and we had the spotter plane in the air, so it was a hell of a mission.
But hopefully this morning,
sure, I'm holding thumbs, I think, for all of us. If we can get these dogs.
A lot of hours out here.
It'll be a big headache out of our way if we can catch these things.
And what was happening as well, when they were putting pressure on from the helicopter to dart, which you have to get quite low, within 30 meters of the dog, they were just bombshelling. But with a boma, you've got more chance to keep them together from the helicopter because you're not putting as much pressure. And that's why in this area we've got this open area just before the boma, because then the helicopter can get low for the final chase into the boma. So that's the plan.
The siren is going to go. It's going to go whoop, 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 whoop. Because it's going to, once he comes, but it'll be little bits of the siren, burst of the siren, burst of the siren. Once he's over us.
I'm not running to cattle, there's 2 running together, but I think the one with the collar is with the 2, the other one is.
When working with wildlife, things seldom go perfectly to plan, and immediately the female painted dogs split off from the males, and herding one individual wild dog from a helicopter is near impossible. Thanks to some incredible skills in the air from pilot Jerry MacDonald from Big Game Heli Services, she was ushered into the capture nets, caught and safely immobilized. Then it was time for the boys. When herding animals from a helicopter, herding groups is far easier than individuals, and the boys responded better to the helicopter herding. Bloody maestro, that man, eh?
Yeah, let me hold him. Okay. Try and put him on his side.
Okay.
Okay, what? Okay, hold him. Hold him. Okay, don't put too much pressure. Okay.
It's been a long, hard slog. We definitely wouldn't have done this without Jerry and the work to get them into the boma at the end. But you know, just as a technique, it is stressful to chase them in the helicopter and whatever. But these dogs aren't habituated, and we've been trying for 3 months to dart them on the ground, and it just wasn't possible. So this net boma, you know, it's not as a last resort, but just because of how stressful it is, it's just a huge relief that we got all 3 of them together, because if you only get one, then it's really complicated as to what to do with them. Yeah. So remember, wild dogs aren't apex predators. They are essentially mesocarnivores or mesopredators, in that they're lower down in the scale, in the trophic level scale, to lion, leopard, hyena, just from a competition point of view. And that's pushing them outside the boundaries of formal protected areas, which then unfortunately they come into conflict with game ranches or community areas, high people density, and there's actually currently in the greater Hoedspruit area up to 6 different packs, up to 70 dogs, and this particular group of 3 dogs has spent 3 months on this farm, you know, which is a small fenced off area and quite unique in terms of how long they've spent on this farm, because wild dogs roam such large areas. But because they're avoiding lions, it's just this haven for them.
Perfect.
There's high prey densities and no competition with other competing carnivores. No hyenas, no lions. The odd leopard moves through, but it's the perfect place for them. But unfortunately, then come into conflict with humans.
We definitely noticed from the chopper that they avoided the human habitation completely while we're flying. The female in particular.
Yeah, and then I mean even on the ground, you know, so under normal circumstances with a habituated or relaxed pack with inside a protected area like Kruger, you get to within 15 meters to dart them. After 3 months, I haven't seen these dogs from closer than 50 meters on the ground, and always running. And then even from the helicopter, you know, if you speak to Jerry McDonald, as soon as they see or hear the helicopter, they're running straight away, you know. So that kind of is, with the human-wildlife conflict interface, that's what keeps these dogs alive outside. Is they've learned, they're smart, they avoid people, they move around at night a lot more frequently, and as a crepuscular or diurnal species, we've noticed that from the GPS collars, that they're actually moving around at night a lot more frequently to avoid detection from people.
That's vitamin E.
So these guys are now off to a boma?
Yeah, so they're going to go to a temporary holding facility, a boma. We'll keep them in that boma for a couple of months, and then as part of the meta population and the range expansion, look for a new reserve for them to be permanently released into. So here we've actually got 2 males and 1 female, but this is an adult male and these are 2 sub-adults, so they would effectively be his pups from 2 seasons ago. The female that came into the boma first, she's reaching dispersing age because she can't mate with her father. So she's getting ready to split off from the pack, and that's probably the main reason why from the helicopter she's already going off on her own. She's getting ready to leave him.
She gave Jerry some tricky work today.
Exactly.
But oh, he is so beautiful.
41.3. Okay.
So the guys are now stabilizing the dogs. They're a bit hot. You can see Wimpy has just holding the dog's leg up, and that's to keep it cool air through that area where there's a lot of blood vessels. And we're going to be here for about 15 minutes, and while they stabilize the dogs as we get ready to move them to their next home. I don't think there's any other way to have done dogs in this terrain and a skittish pack like this.
No, 100%. And also, I mean, it's the amount of flying we've done trying to dart them and locate them. If you actually work it out, it's gonna be much cheaper, this option, and I think a lot less stress. You get that all done one shot, and you know it's a lot of work. And I think it's a team effort. Everyone put in so much effort, and I think it's worked out really well. The flying just comes second.
Thanks, Jeff.
You're welcome, bud.
That was absolutely incredible. Obviously, it can look quite stressful on the animals, but it's better than them actually dying. And it is the only way in this really rough Mopani country to actually get the dogs. Some incredible flying by Jerry, some good work by these boys jumping on the wild dogs. So absolutely amazing. Everyone doing their part. These type of operations are only possible due to the dedication and teamwork and tireless hours of work that people like Grant, Ben, Joel and Jerry do, and we're just privileged to support them in any way we can. You can help save the endangered painted dogs by supporting the live collaring on the 6th of December and being a sponsor.
Hello, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that incredible footage. Quite an amazing undertaking that was, and yeah, incredible stuff to see. It's awesome to share that all with you. So just wanted to quickly give you all an update. So the wild dogs have just been left rest, everybody. So not too far now. We've come a little bit closer to where we are, but Jerry's got to the point now where he has to refuel the chopper. Left the alpha female with the pups at a point where they're resting, and he's actually now flying back to Rietspruit, and his turnaround time is probably going to be about 25 minutes before he's back here again with the wild dogs. Frisbee at me. That was live, by the way. So you can see behind me, everybody, we are killing time. So a little bit of frisbee being played, we're resting here in the shade, and Mom are resting in the shade, and Jerry and Brent are hightailing it back to town. As mentioned, 25 minutes before they'll be back at it again with the dogs. I'm just going to quickly go back through some of your questions that you may have sent through whilst you were watching that clip. Okay, so I see the question, has this all been one reserve? If you're referring to the footage that we just showed you with the net capture, yes, and then if you're referring to what we're doing here today, yes again. The wild dogs were yesterday outside of the Salati Game Reserve, but overnight came back onto the reserve, and all of the footage that you've seen today has all been conducted here on the Salati Game Reserve. Yes, indeed, Barbara, a big thank you to Brian and everybody involved here at the Salati Reserve for allowing us at Painted Dog TV to come in and film this. It is a big privilege, and we're very grateful to them to allow us here to take part in all of this, and of course to help them with the relocation of these amazing wild dogs. Carol says she needs some coffee. Yes, Carol, definitely get some caffeine. It's still going to be a little while. We're going to probably be still live with you for, I would imagine, at least another 2 hours. And I'm hoping that it'll probably be around an hour to an hour and a half. And those wild dogs will be then safely in this trailer. Yes, Becky, please stay awake. As mentioned, it's still a while yet before the moment of bringing those dogs in closer here to the boma. We're going to take a break now, everybody. So saying goodbye for now, but we'll be back again very soon. We'll obviously get word from Brent once Jerry's filled up the chopper and he's heading back. And as soon as that happens, as soon as I get a little bit closer, we'll come back to you again with an update. So stay tuned, everybody. Go get some coffee. We'll see you soon.
Once again, I am reminded of how I let my guard down. But I will not forget that where my heart is kept, it should.
Welcome back, everybody. We have some good news. The chopper is refueled, and you probably can see on the footage right now. I'm just busy loading that footage onto my phone. The chopper, Brent, Jerry are back with the dog, so we're a go, everybody. We're about to get going again.
Recording in progress.
Pretty sure those dogs were quite grateful for the break, to be honest. So hopefully well rested, hoping that might mean that they move a little bit quicker now. And this is the final push, everybody. We're going to now try push them down towards the funnel boma. Hope everybody's back live with us. Amazing footage. Look at that, eh? Right above the trees there. It's quite scary how close Jerry gets to these trees, but of course has to in order to push those dogs. I'll tell you one thing, we're also very fortunate that this particular project today happened close enough to town that refueling the chopper wasn't too much of an issue, and that, you know, it didn't take too long. You can clearly see the dogs sort of scrambling a little bit, running around. Not too happy to be pushed on again by the chopper, but like I say, everybody, this is the final push, so fingers crossed it all comes right now and that Jerry can get them straight into this trailer, and then half the ordeal is done for the day. The rest of the day isn't very stressful for them. We then just drive them, as mentioned, about 45 minutes to the next reserve, which is further to our east, and then release them into a boma. So the update that we're getting now from Jerry and from the ground team is that the dogs are only about 1 kilometer out, everybody, so that's pretty close. It should happen pretty quickly now, so I hope everybody's tuned in. Very, very excited for this moment, and fingers crossed it's all going to work. The ground team now are just rechecking everything. They're busy checking the trailer just to make sure that all of the doors are working, that are moving perfectly. And I think then everybody's kind of going to settle in here behind the scenes. I spoke about it before. We don't want to have any movement back here. Just in case some of these dogs do get around this funnel boma. As long as we're not moving around, we hopefully won't spook them, and then Jerry can just come overhead with the chopper and chase them back around to the entrance of this funnel boma. Just reading all of your comments, everybody. Thank you for staying awake. For those of you that almost nodded off, wake up! It's go time. Oh my gosh, yeah, my heart rate's starting to increase. This, again, so grateful, for technology, for everybody here, that we can bring this to you live and we can see these incredible images of this pack of wild dogs that have been ushered in towards us with that helicopter. Copy. It's amazing, I've just turned off the engine of the Jackal to see if I could hear that chopper, which, as we know, is so much closer to us now, and once again can't hear the chopper. So it's amazing. We're below this small little mountain range in front of us here, and with the wind direction we obviously just cannot pick up on the sound of that chopper. Now getting ever closer to us here, everybody. Dogs are clearly moving quite steadily, following their mother, the alpha female. Coming just up ahead. Dogs are heading towards this road. I assume that Jerry's going to want them to take this road and veer off to the left. And of course they're not doing that. They're going straight across it. Not far now. Puppies, come on. Copy that. Wait till they're close. Sitting in the sun for long. Yeah. Okay, here we go, everybody. I'm just hearing now the ground team. The ground team are just busy shouting the call 5 minutes out, so they are very close by, everybody. You can see Brent there just motioning to that point. So it's go time. We of course are going to hang back, everybody, but you're going to continue to see these images as the dogs now get pushed into this funnel boma. As they get closer to us, to this boma, there's a road that I mentioned before runs directly towards us, so splits this boma right down the middle. And so Jerry's plan is to then force the dogs down that road, and if they follow that road, it's going to lead them straight to where we want them to go, straight down the center of the funnel boma and then ultimately into the trailer. So for those of you watching, please pray, cross your fingers, cross your toes. It's go time. Here we go, everybody. Come on now. You see the dogs take different paths. Lots of little game paths that cut through the bush here. So as these dogs do enter the funnel boma, everybody, I am going to move our vehicle, the Jackal, right up close to that trailer. We'll be parked just adjacent to it, so that we can tune right into what's happening at the crux point here at the trailer. And obviously we'll have the chopper above us here. We'll probably stick with the chopper feed though. That's going to be the best feed right now and throughout the process here. But maybe once the dogs are in the trailer, we might cut down to the footage here on the ground. I can now hear that chopper approaching. Yeah, the heart rate's now starting to increase as you hear that chopper getting closer. You think of all the hard work that's gone in from all of the organizations and people that are at play here, the amount of effort that's gone into erecting this temporary boma, the hours that we've put in. This is when it all counts. And all of Jerry's hard work up there in the sky. So close now. moving at a really good pace. Right, I'm going to move the vehicle up a little bit closer, everybody. You'll struggle to see that chopper even from here. It's so low to the tree line. Right, so you just saw in picture there, everybody, there's like a little rise in front of the dogs. That's the last ridge before they come down the valley towards where we are based, close to this road and close to the boma. Come on, dogs. Please stick to the script. So Brent is just busy pointing out everybody where we are. So you saw that building in the distance. In picture, we're just to the left of that building, that white roof that you saw there. They are very close here now. Copy. So I'm sure you can all hear the chopper now, everybody. It is really, really close. I believe there's a bit of an issue at the moment with the feed from the chopper. We are trying to get that back. Alright everybody, so fortunately we have got that chopper feedback, and you can see the road that the chopper's busy hovering above. That's not the road that will lead down to this boma. There's another road that runs perpendicular to that one that I think Jerry is now trying to push the dogs toward. That road will then lead down to this funnel. But I can now actually see the chopper from where I'm standing, so they are really close, everybody. Busy pushing the dogs through the bush to, I think, connect with the road that we want them to run down. This is where Jerry has to get everything right. So a small window here, small window to get them in. So you'll see him, he's going back and forth to make sure that they don't deviate. You can now hear him using the siren, the hooter on the chopper. Drifting from side to side, he's now getting closer, everybody, and it looks like he has got them onto the road.
Tell them the chopper's out of view.
Come on, dogs. Looks like they're on the road. No, don't turn off there, dogs. Come on now, stick to the road. It's amazing. We've seen images before where they just followed this road for, minutes on end without any concern. And now that we're right at the last moment, these dogs appear to be turning off the road quite a bit. I wonder if that's not because they've picked up on scent of people in that area. Where that chopper is now is not far from where the guys were clearing trees to open up the window to the entrance of the funnel. Yeah, heart rate is now through the roof. Come on. Jeez, like it. I feel like I'm reliving the Springbok final here again. Come on, dogs. I see some dogs on the road there. So the guys on the curtains will be ready and prepped now, everybody. They have to sprint at high speed across the gaps here to close in the curtains behind these dogs. We are very close now to the entrance of the boma. Just feeling the wind now. The wind's just picked up behind me. The wind is now blowing from us towards the dogs. I hope that doesn't interfere. They might pick up on our scent because of that. It looks like they've gone out. Can't yet see the entrance of this boma. Looks like the dogs are trying to deviate. Lots of effort now from Jerry as we get very close. You can hear the hooter, the alarm siren going off on the chopper. It's bringing them right into the entrance. There you can see some of the boma panels, everybody. Come on, dogs. Here they come, here they come. Right, they're in the last section. Right, I think some of the dogs are in the trailer. Still more coming in. I can actually see some of the dogs here, everybody. They're trying to get into the trailer. But they're not all in. I can hear them having to chase some of the dogs further back along the corridor at the top of the funnel. Unbelievable watching Jerry doing what he's doing up there. Frightening, actually. Jerry's had to pull back, everybody. So I think we're still trying to force a couple members of the pack, everybody, that are further back up the funnel towards the trailer. We haven't got them all into the trailer. You can hear guys shouting. There you go, more dogs entering the trailer. Are they all in?
immediately. Then just open just slightly to that little one here.
Yeah, just sharp. We can't hear you, Steve. So.
Yeah, that's right.
Brian, is there still one out there? Okay, so what I'm just hearing now, everybody, is it sounds like there's one dog that's still out further back up the funnel. The rest of them are right here. They're in here already. So Brian's got the job of working the door now, which of course is quite difficult because you have to open it ever so slightly to let the remaining member in. And just judging now by where Jerry is, he's clearly having to work another dog back towards this funnel boma. Brian, what was the update from Steve there?
So there's the alpha female still out.
Okay.
And one of the pups.
Okay.
The rest should be all in.
Okay.
And, we'll try and get them back in here. And so in this section we'll open just a short while.
Okay.
I'm going to see if we can push them all in the front.
Alright, so the update right now, everybody, is that the alpha female and one of the pups is not in the trailer. So we've got 11 pups in here. What Chris is trying to do on top of the trailer right now is he wants to push the puppies to the front section. If they're all up at the front, he can close that off and then we can leave the back of the trailer open, which will make life a lot easier for Brian at the entrance there to allow the alpha female and the remaining pup in. It appears that Chris has got. Amazing. So the 11 puppies that are in the trailer, everybody, are in the front compartment of the trailer now. So that means the trailer's split in two. Got a central gate that we slide across. We've kept the 11 puppies up the front. We've left the back section open, which means Brian can now leave the trailer door open, which means when alpha female and remaining pup come in, Brian doesn't have to worry about working that door. You can just leave it open and they can run straight in. We can quickly slam it shut behind the alpha female and the remaining pup. Jerry appears to have now got that alpha female and pup closer towards that road where they initially came down. Just pray now, everybody, that this alpha female doesn't turn away from an area she knows where she assumes it is danger. Obviously, it's obviously not a dangerous area for her. Come on, girl. So the good news, everybody, is it seems like they are still very close to the boma here, the alpha female and the pup. I'm just watching how Jerry's flying up there, and he keeps having to go back. It seems like this alpha female is not interested in coming towards the funnel boma here. I think she gets close and then probably turns back along the road. Right, so Brent's just having to quickly restart his camera up there in the chopper, everybody. So it's going to take us a couple of minutes before we have the chopper feed again. Go to Brent. Brent's coming down to land, everybody, with Jerry, so something's up. Not sure what the plan is from here, but that alpha female and that pup, as I thought, are not interested in coming near the funnel entrance again. I think they're spooked. I think they know what's going on there, or at least she knows what's going on there, and she doesn't want to come back towards the funnel. So a bit of rethinking maybe going on here. We'll wait to hear what Brent has to say.
Dear future filmmakers, Africa is calling. It's time to reawaken your wild. Painted Dog TV is offering an internship unlike any other. Join our pack and see the world through a whole new lens. Live and work in the beating heart of the South African bush and become part of our mission to share it with the world. For the love of wildlife. For the storytellers of our future. Painted Dog TV internships.
Welcome back, everybody. So Brent's about to come and join us here. I can see Joel, our vet, gearing up with his rifle back there, his tranquilizer system getting put in place. I think we're going to have to go dart some dogs.
Hi.
Howdy.
I'll come chat to you guys properly in a second. But yeah, so it's too hot now to have 3 up. So we're not going to be able to have a camera in the chopper now.
Okay.
Well, because they're going to have to fly even lower while darting. So Joel's going to go up with Jerry, just the two of them. I'll be back to join you in a second.
Super.
I'm going to put this down.
Super. Right, so there you go, everybody. So the plan now is for Joel to jump in the chopper with Jerry, and obviously using the telemetry we'll be able to relocate the alpha female and remaining pup. Brent's going to have to jump out of the chopper now to make space for Joel, and they'll go back out shortly and hopefully dart the remaining 2 dogs to then bring back and just put into the trailer that way. It's getting very hot.
Just a wee tad.
I thought I heard her contact calling there. You can imagine how upset she must be right now, knowing that most of the puppies are gone. Good luck, Joel.
Yeah, let's see.
Have fun, Jerry.
these dogs.
They never go to plan.
Making me old, man.
Yes, indeed. There you go. It is the alpha female. So I can hear the alpha female contact calling everybody. She's busy trying to find the rest of the pups. Okay, I think what we should do, guys, is let's jump back in the vehicle because we're going to be mobile now. We'll probably need to drive up to wherever we actually finally get to dart these dogs. Also, I know that signal's a lot better when we're closer to our jackal. Fun and games, everybody. Always is. I see that somebody just made mention that the trailer might be boiling. Well, what I can tell you, the good news is the trailer is predominantly in shade and has been in shade the entire morning, so probably one of the cooler spots right now for these puppies. Copy.
So I had a feeling the wild dogs were going to come down to the river where we can't get a car. So I've just set myself up amongst some rocks on the edge of the river, and the dogs walked right down in front of me. Looks like they're going to keep moving now.
Welcome back, everybody.
I'm just trying to get my mic back up.
Brent's fiddling with his toys. the technical ones.
Okay, there we go. Can you hear me, Vim? Okay. What am I doing? Looking for questions.
It's many. Well, there were many. Not recent. I think everybody's in too much suspense right now.
Okay, so unfortunately, I think you guys would have been able to see from the chopper that the alpha, oh goodness, female and one pup managed to get out. Oh, that's poor. Annie, that's not going to make any difference. It's not going to spray the pups lightly. They're in there. It's cool enough. They'll be fine. So the alpha was actually in the funnel and then went under again, and then they weren't able to open it quick enough once they had the pups in there. So what's going to happen now is they're about to take off. Joel's just getting his kit ready, and the reason we're not going to have feed out of the chopper now is it's got a bit hot, and we've also got full fuel tanks, so the chopper is quite heavy. So what we're going to want is it to be as light as possible, because they're probably going to have to go even lower than we went now to dart.
Seems impossible.
But no, they'll push them onto a more open area.
Okay.
And then try dart from there.
Yeah, so just to recap everybody, it's now a darting process. The boma, the funnel is no longer an option. Jerry's just busy firing up the chopper, and Joel's jumping in with him, and they're now going to go and dart the alpha female and remaining pup.
Yeah. So it was so close.
Yes, it worked well, eh?
It was. There was one little gap in that last one when we got them out. But once...
When you say gap back there, was it the curtain?
Curtain.
Okay.
Yeah, no, the curtain. Okay, yeah, but it's been a bit of a crazy morning so far, everyone. Janine, correct. We can't hear the pups contact calling back, but we can hear the pup and the mom contact calling constantly. That was a bit of fun flying.
Jeez, like it. Watching that last bit. The weaving at the end.
I didn't even notice.
Jeez, like it was crazy.
I was focusing on filming.
I've been telling everyone the whole morning how jealous I am.
Oh, it's okay. Do you get sick though? You can't go in helicopters. Shame.
My ears can't deal with the air pressure.
Mads was dying there.
Really?
Yeah. No, she doesn't
schmock.
No. I'm very, very lucky that I don't get sick in a helicopter.
Yeah. There'll always be another time.
Well, it is quite crazy that we're able to stream out of the helicopter. I think we're going to be able to get it even better the next time. This was a very quick...
That footage was incredible with a very quick setup, by the way.
A quick setup, with a bit of tape to make sure it didn't go flying out of the chopper. And then the gimbal didn't work, so it moves too much for the gimbal. So to turn the gimbal off, went manual gimbal.
Right, fingers crossed, everybody.
This is how we did it.
Tucked under your arm.
Tucked under my arm. Well, I normally actually one finger, and then I could hold on and then lean out of the chopper. But it was fun. It has been, Carol, indeed, it's been a crazy week with this pack. Marcy says, I'll get very sick, the helicopter like that. Steffi, what will probably happen as soon as they darted, they'll just load the dogs into the chopper and then fly them back here. What we might do, we'll wait to see now, is the guys actually might start moving with the 11 pups. It's going to take them quite a while to drive, and then we'll just fly the other pups straight to the boma. We will see. That is all I can say, is we will see.
What do you think drive time is from here across that side?
2 hours with the trailer.
2 hours?
Maybe a bit longer.
Ah, geez, I didn't think it was that long.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hour and a half to 2 hours. Oh, they're on them already.
Yeah.
It's just there's some really tall mopani trees in this area. It's difficult.
Yeah, we saw that. We saw the tall mopanis. You could have jumped onto them.
There was one once we were about probably this high above a mopani tree. A couple of times actually. Marcy, yes. I filmed that with my phone. Okay, Gareth, I'm going to leave you here for a second. I'm going to go.
Yeah, I'll see you now.
Talk to everyone quickly.
I'm just now thinking about, what's going on up there, everybody. Obviously, we no longer have the pictures in the chopper. I mean, you can just imagine getting that chopper low enough to the ground. Dogs that aren't going to sit still, very likely. They're going to be on the move. For Joel to then get that dart in on 2 separate dogs is going to be pretty damn gnarly. Hard work, that. Of course, the 2 of those men are very experienced, so we have huge faith that they're going to get it right now. Right, let's go, boys.
You want to move the car there?
Yeah, that's a good idea. No good. Just going to move closer quick here, everybody. Chris has just signaled us over. What we're going to try and attempt is to try and get you on top of the trailer to have a look at the puppies inside the trailer here now. So what you might notice is that the trailer is now already hooked up to the bucky, to the little pickup. And let's see if we can get this right, everyone. We're going to try come around on the other side of the trailer.
Join Painted Dog TV and our conservation partner as we work together to protect and conserve wildlife in Africa. You can join us live from anywhere in the world to do your part for the magnificent wildlife of Africa. Welcome to the Rietspruit Game Reserve, the world's first ever live virtual elephant collaring. Very important to keep the elephant breathing, so always pop a stick in the trunk. Absolutely amazing. This is 100% live, coming to you from the middle of the Rietspruit Game Reserve.
All right, everybody, we've managed to get ourselves on top of the trailer. I'm not going to speak too loudly, but this is incredible. Look at these beautiful little puppies. completely relaxed and just sleeping and waiting for mom inside the trailer here. Unreal. We don't want to bother them for too long, everybody, so we just wanted to quickly show you that everything is okay here. Puppies aren't going to overreact without mom anyway. Their natural instinct is to just sit low and wait. But very comfortable in there. It's nice and cool in there. Alright puppies, it won't be long now. Right Andrew, let's pull out. Thanks bud, well done. Okay, I'm going to go down first Andrew and I'll grab the camera for me. It's warm up there, I'll tell you, on top of the roof. Unreal. Wow. Gee whiz, I'm shaking again and got goosebumps again. Okay, that was amazing. I hope you all got to see that nicely. I'm very grateful for Chris allowing us to get up top there. Yeah, amazing to see how relaxed they are in there. Hey guys, it's like I say, it's their natural instinct. You know, when they feel threatened, and especially when they're without their mom, they just lie down flat and they wait. It's also why they're so vulnerable at this age, you know. They're very, very dependent still on the alpha female and the remaining adults in their pack. Jerry is still very active, quite close to the boma, which is where that alpha female and the remaining pup are. He's trying to get Joel close enough to them to obviously fire off the darts. I think the reality as well is you know, he'll obviously shoot off one dart if he's successful on one of the dogs. You know, they're then going to have to remaneuver and dart the second one. We haven't got any updates yet of the dart being fired, so still working it.
Okay. So they're just struggling to find them at the moment. It sounds like they've hook called. The last hook call we heard was actually further east, so they're going to swing around there now.
And telemetry not helping.
So when in the chopper, actually, the telemetry we had it the other day, it's strong everywhere.
Is that day?
When you're up that high.
Okay.
So it's almost equidistance, whatnot. So I mean, last time when we would chase them, we couldn't find them. They were hiding from the chopper as well. So we actually land, and then I walked on the ground to telemetry till I spooked them.
Okay.
So yeah,
we saw you quite a lot while you were in the chopper, pointing things out to Jerry.
Yeah.
Was that when you were
No, that was actually for you guys. I was showing you where you were.
Okay, no, not now, but earlier in the day, earlier in the morning.
Oh yes. So what happened?
It looked like they split.
So they chased impala, waterbuck, scrub hares, stenboks.
Jeez.
And then one pup got lost. Three pups got lost once.
Okay.
That's just after we went airborne the second time.
Okay, yes.
And then it took a while for them to actually all get back together. And then I think you guys might have seen them chasing some waterbuck from...
I missed it. I didn't see it.
So they chased some waterbuck and some impala.
Incredible.
Scrub hares. So yeah.
It's just dogs being dogs, even though they're being herded by a chopper. Yeah, I know they're hungry.
So she's to try to feed 12 pups. I'm sure they've eaten some scrub hares, some stenbokkies and stuff like that. But for 12 pups in her, she's going to struggle to feed them by herself.
Yeah.
So hopefully that collar's going to ping again in 3 minutes.
Okay.
So then we'll have a better idea. Yes. There is going to be a point though where we might have to just stop for the day because of heat.
Okay.
So dogs in particular are going to be quite careful with darting and heat.
Okay.
So we will see.
What do we then do with the puppies that are in the trailer?
They'll probably move to the boma. So what will happen is some of the other adults that are already in the second boma will move with them.
Okay.
So, and then the nice thing is that it is the alpha with a collar. It means she is findable.
True.
So if any dog was going to escape, the best one to escape would have been, I hear a whew. So I think he's found them. You're hearing the siren.
Yeah, you're right, Brent. It would have been a disaster if it was 2 puppies out there.
Yeah,
and she was in Australia.
They probably would have come, but it would have been a lot more difficult. And also to dart puppies from there is a bit more difficult. That the alpha generally is going to run a better line. Okay. Oh, I can smell the puppies.
Yeah.
You know, it's amazing when we're low, we could actually smell the dogs from the chopper.
Jeez.
It's incredible.
Do you think the chopper's kicking up their scent off the ground back up
Possibly,
to you at that point?
So one of the tactics Jerry uses, especially now when we get close, is he uses the tail wash.
Okay.
So he literally pushes that wind onto them under the ground, so they get covered in dust and leaves, and that's what pushes them.
I actually saw that dust kick up quite a few times.
Yeah, so that's using the tail wash to push them.
And does he use the shadow of the chopper?
Nah.
That has no effect on them?
I think it's the wind more.
Okay.
The wind and the noise.
Okay.
Sorry, it's gonna die soon.
I'm also in dying phase here.
What is that? Also
battery. No, it's okay. I've got a power bank there.
That's what's...
No, it's a chip, yeah. Thank you. Sorted.
Okay. Yeah, so, I mean, almost perfectly. It all went almost perfectly. I think I've spent a lot of time in choppers, but this week, I think I've probably spent close on 12, 13 hours in a chopper alone. It's been a busy week. Sorry, I haven't done all my admin, Charles. Okay.
So it's toasty out here.
It is toasty out here. I think we're going to have to move this vehicle into the shade again soon.
Yeah.
So VM, can you hear me? Guys, I think we're going to take a little break. I'm just going to find out what the full plan is, and then we'll update you probably in about 10 or 15 minutes. Or if a dart goes into the dog, obviously then we'll go live again. We're just going to move the vehicle into the shade, have a drink of water, and a little calm down. But we will see you in a few minutes. Okay, so the dogs nearly ran into us. It looks like they're going to try the boma again. Those last two dogs might be in the right spot. So you'll see the chopper through there. So fingers crossed that we might be able to catch them in the boma for a second time. We don't want to move the vehicle too much. So stay. Let's just move the shade. There's no shade though. Sweating a little bit there, Andrew.
Sweaty much.
Let's maybe move the car a little bit closer so I can hear what's happening on the ground to air. Just more so I can get close enough to someone who's on the ground to air so I can hear if the curtains have gone.
We were doing that earlier.
Let's get ourselves close to Steve.
Unreal that they just came running up the road towards us, although I suppose it makes sense.
No, they're looking for the rest.
Yeah, exactly. Jeez, I thought there was a dog.
Okay. Let me just go see Steve on the other side. Gareth, I'm leaving you by yourself for a second.
I don't know if that funnel's worked. I see Jerry's moving away from the entrance of the funnel again.
I think
trying to coax her back towards it now.
Now I'm not sure.
So frustrating. Having seen the alpha female and the pup run up the road straight towards us, everybody. So close and just, nothing we could do. And of course, as they got closer to us, they then saw people that were standing here. They took off. The alpha female and the pup ran back towards the entrance of the boma, and that's of course why Jerry's trying to coax them back in again. Is getting. Where's my phone?
Okay.
Did you get some info?
They thought they were going to be able to push them back into the net, but then I think she's learned. She's a bit spooky.
Yeah, she's clever.
So I can hear she's out now to the west of where the nets start.
I think the reality is, even if the pups were calling inside the trailer, the mom wouldn't hear them anyway. But you can hear Brent saying, she's spooked, she's clever, she knows that this...
Dart in the pup?
One dart in.
Dart in the pup, everybody.
Do you need a granting, Steve? Must we just follow you? Or they're going to pick it up with a chopper?
Brent's just trying to work out what's happening next, everybody. Darted, which means that pup's going to go down. And
we'll
very
just
likely that the alpha female will then head towards that pup as soon as it lays down.
Follow in our little car.
Which will give Joel the opportunity to then dart the female as well, the alpha female.
Okay, switch, do you hear that?
Spelling's on.
Okay.
Right, we are mobilizing, everybody. We're going to try follow Steve.
You're going to hop in the middle?
Yeah, go for it. Okay, so the reason they would have darted the puppy first is because the female's still got a collar. That means we can find her again. Where there is if we dart her and not the puppy, as you can see where Steve's going. Not this Steve, other Steve.
Bye, other Steve. Matty doesn't miss a beat, eh? He's on there. Good man.
Yes, that's his job.
He's jumped on. He's got his little Sony cam with him. He's getting all the action shots with the team up ahead of us.
Oh, wear glasses.
I don't have those. So I'll just munch some dust, shall I?
Well, I'll eat the dust, at least it's not in my eyes. But I'm driving, so I need to actually see where we're going.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Okay.
One thing I couldn't work out from the pictures earlier when you were still in the chopper, you went past quite a number of water holes.
Yes.
Were they drinking when they went past those water holes?
And then we pulled away.
Yes.
To let them drink, let them rest a little bit before pushing.
Okay.
Because we knew it was going to be, and we're well hydrated.
Correct.
You're going to do questions, yeah?
Sure.
So I had to make sure they were well hydrated, and so every time they went to a water hole, we just pulled off a little bit, let them drink, and then once they're drunk, pushed on again.
My who calling is not very good. I'm a little bit sick at the moment, so we'll leave the who calling to Brent.
Wow. My whistle's the best.
Yeah, that'll work.
Pitched. Grant's really good at it. I'm getting better. I'm nearly good at Grant. Which way did they go? Straight.
I think so. Marcy reckons you could drive blindfolded. We should actually put that to the test one day.
Okay, thank you.
I think it'll be fun. Maybe not at this speed. No, they're ahead of us.
Okay. It's old auction yards from the cattle days.
Wow.
You guys holding on the back?
Ferrari Safari.
There's a big crater here, old quarry, or old mine actually in this area. We might get a bit of signal breakup as we go through the bottom of the old mine. Yoppa, there we go. Matthew's on comms, he should be filming us driving behind. Tisk Matthew.
Matthew, film us now. So everybody, the vehicle that's in front of us, Steve's driving that vehicle. He has a radio and he is in comms with Joel and Jerry up in the chopper. So they're busy communicating to him now, directing us as to where they're headed.
Yeah, the chopper there somewhere.
Okay, it's amazing how much ground they've covered. Yeah, chopper's close now.
There's the chopper.
Chopper right above us.
There comes that tail wash I was talking about. Knowing probably put the dog to sleep on the road. Yeah. It's so incredible how he does that. a lot of prospecting in this area. You'll see there's a lot of old mines.
Lots of digging, eh?
So in the past, there's emeralds, golds, magnetites.
Searching.
I don't know how far off the road is, just wait. Are we looking?
Let's split up here, everybody. So a couple people running in on the left. It looks like we have a dog on the road up ahead.
What's going on further? On the road.
That's the pup.
Okay, you bring the car.
Jerry's probably circling the mother right now.
It's on the road.
Yeah,
I told you Jerry would put it on the road.
Yeah, the pup's on the road.
That should be good for the signal.
Going to be one happy little puppy to be back with his litter mates.
Yep. So blindfold on immediately. So they'll wake it up very quickly. So now they'll use the telemetry to look for mom, and then hopefully get a dart in mom. And then we can call it today a success. See, maybe let's move around the back, see if we can get a shot of what Tandy's up to. Try to get your questions in a second, guys. Sorry. You good here? There we go. Now you can see what's happening. Okay. What's happening?
We are just topping this cup up so that it can get a little bit deeper, and once it's a bit deeper, then we'll give it fluids.
Okay.
It's obviously really hot, and we want to get those fluids in as soon as possible.
So there in the groin area, just help cool it down. When Francis is going to fluids, just a saline drip, eh? Yes. Just a. So what? With the saline drip, it just to give some of the fluids that it's used. It is hot. It's been running. It's been stressed. But these animals are incredibly resilient. Well, I think mom might not be too far from us, judging from the helicopter. Them, how are we looking? We good? Hello, Tom. Welcome, a new pack member. Then do I switch onto the vehicle base? Currently we're on the vehicle. We can switch to from the dash. Okay. Where's Grab-A-Lot? Grab-A-Lot's there. Maybe that'll help. Okay, we're good. We'll carry on. Chopper just behind us, hovering, so Joel's probably trying to get a dart into that female now.
See Jerry spinning the chopper around with Joel with the telemetry out the door, so they're
still looking.
It's like you were saying earlier, it's tough with that telemetry and the chopper by the looks of things.
It is, yeah. She'll be close though.
She will be, she won't go far from the pup.
Any more questions, guys? Now's the time while there's a moment of not so much madness. And see, keeping that water constant on the dog, just to keep the Okay, it sounds like they're still looking for the female. You'll see if you come out, Andrew. You see the telemetry out.
And it's thick here.
Janine, yes, sometimes, most of the time. As long as you clean your hands well afterwards, it's not a problem. Sounds like Mom might have gone back over towards the boma. Oh, the guys can hear her calling that side.
Yeah, head to the boma, next to the trailer.
Tons, the plan is, will you pop this in the trailer with the other pups once the mom are there, and just in the second compartment, I'm guessing?
Luckily, that trailer has two compartments.
Yeah.
It's going to make it very easy to just open up, put mom and this pup in the second compartment.
And then Di wants to know, will you inject them to wake them up or leave them to wake up naturally?
We'll inject.
Inject, yeah. And the dogs really come out of anesthetic, well, this type of anesthetic very quickly. The drugs work incredibly quickly and they go from 0 to wide awake in seconds. Yeah. Okay. We're moving back towards where the rest of the pups are in the trailer.
Wait, leave.
Okay, bit of excitement.
Still can't believe that pup lay down on the road.
It didn't. So we've done this with Jerry. Jerry puts them down to the road, waits for them to get groggy, and then just pushes them into the right spot. So those last dogs we did that are in the Rietspruit Boma, every single one of them in Sicklebush, he managed to get onto the road. So we didn't even, I think we had to take one step off the road to load one last time.
Unreal.
Okay, bit of excitement. Becky, Mum is definitely upset, not the pups. And this is yesterday. Why this is sort of your last resort when it comes to dogs. Obviously, first prize would have been to get them all into the Boma at the same time, but that didn't happen. But this is a better alternative, heading out of where they have been going, gold mine, where they pick up snares, or even more dangerously, they're going onto commercial cattle farms where they will eventually the farmers. So yes, it is stressful. Yes, generally we don't like to intervene, but this invention will literally save this pack. There's about 350 wild dogs in South Africa currently, less than 6,000 in the whole of Africa. And
oh wow, look at that.
Warbegs.
Like it?
No.
It is a buzzard, eh?
Yeah, first buzzard. Off it goes.
Amazing.
The signal's a bit funny. So dogs, if you've got a population of 350, represent 4.5% of the population of the country. So it is incredibly important that we save these animals and put them into a safe space.
Thank you.
We're back in the mine. There's a Effie here. Emeralds here, if I remember.
How long ago?
They're still in store. And then, of course, gold mine, and then.
Code red. Now repeat, code red. In the breach on the fence line. Section D4. You need extra eyes and more light immediately. We have the visual. Young male. Need more light. Losing it. We need you here now. We have located the animal. Good job, everybody. Well done, team.
Welcome back. Sorry about that. We had to go through a bit of we're going through an emerald mine, an old emerald mine. The signal was a bit bad. So there's quite a was minerals in this area. To the south of us, there's gold mine to the north, emerald mine to the west.
Jerry's still searching.
Still searching. I think she's around here somewhere. There's going to be a point where they might have to give her a break. Just let her rest a little bit. Let's just make sure we don't spot her down one of these big roads. goodness she has a collar, otherwise this would be impossible.
Futile.
It looks like Jerry's landing. I might need to get more darts, probably. Or Joel's made the call that she's too hot.
Yeah.
It's time to rest her for a bit before trying again.
Very possible.
It's always amazing me how Jerry lands that chopper in the tightest spots. I mean, there's probably 5 or 6 feet each side of his blades of trees.
How long has he been flying?
Oh, a long time. But about as long as I've known him. That's almost my whole life.
Yeah, a long time, eh? And always up here?
He's been all over. I've flown with Jerry in KZN, north of Messina, up towards Bots border.
Mm-hmm. Outside the country?
I'm not sure. I'll have to ask him. Their family's from Soutpansbach.
Okay.
Yeah, we just always wait till a chopper rotor blades have come to a complete stop. Alright, complete stop, we can go past now. Don't feel like a haircut today. It's be a serious haircut that one day. She getting too hot?
It's fine, we can't find that alpha we're battling, so they're going to put another telemetry in a vehicle to
Okay. Okay guys, so they're battling to find the alpha from the air, so they're going to put a telemetry on the ground. So while we do that, we're going to go for a break, but as you know with these things, you never know when we might be live again. It could be in 30 seconds, it could be in a little longer, but we'll catch up with you a bit later. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you to all of those who are staying up to some ungodly hour in North America. I'm sure it's, I don't even know, it's somewhere between 3 and 5 in the morning, and I know a lot of you have been up the whole night. So it's got 2 hearts. We need to move the puppies now. We are going to let the guys do their job now. We've been a really exciting part. We will keep you updated. Matt's going to stick with the guys and he's going to film the stuff, not video coming out about this, but we've now got to travel quite a long distance down tar roads. We actually need to load the jackal back onto a trailer to get it back to Rietspruit. So we just want to say a big thank you to everyone who's incredibly important work. I mean, 4.5% of the wild dog population in South Africa has been saved today.
Unbelievable. What do you thank you for joining us?
And obviously a big thank you to the pack members who made this possible. Game Reserve, to Brian and Steve and Mads in particular from Salati, of course Jerry and Joel and Tandi and their team. It has been an absolutely incredible morning, and thank you for sticking with us. And I think we're gonna go pack up the jackal, get ready to go home, and then filming the rest of the day. They don't want too many people and a lot of movement around when they're being released into the new boma. Obviously it's been a very stressful day for the pups, but on that note we're going to say it's time for us to love you and leave you.
Thanks everybody, we'll see you soon.
Bye.
Oh.